Audio check. 1, 2, 3. Right, we are in. Good to go. Make sure things are generally sort of working. Make sure all my windows are turned on and so forth. Let's see. There we go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are learning a couple of different programming languages. We just took like the last 2 weeks. This time of year, a lot of interruptions. Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve, family things, stuff, the usual. So yeah, something a little bit lower key, and we're relaxing. We did 3 languages over the last couple of weeks. We did some Zig, some Odin, back to a little more Zig, and yesterday we started some Nim. So we kind of did the language overview yesterday, installed Hello World into working some puzzles for the 2021 advent of code. That's been kind of fun. Nim is an interesting little language. Honestly, doesn't feel as bad to code as I would have thought. So we'll have to do like a retrospective at the end of the day of the 3 languages we touched. But yeah, what we're looking at right now is the code that Nim outputs. So Nim is not properly a compiler. Nim is a transpiler that takes your code, outputs it to C, and then uses your installed C compiler. In our case, we had to point it at a very specific GCC version to get that to work. So yeah, kind of an interesting thing. Like I've heard of transpilers. I always figured it was like a bootstrapping thing, a way to get something running without working too hard. But they've stuck with it for a number of years as the default way of doing things. So a little bit interesting, I thought. I mean, they get to leverage a lot of C++ goodness, but yeah, kind of fun, a little interesting. But that being said, like their code is not really very readable. They've wrapped a lot of abstraction in here. The white spacing is not great. But when they throw a dump stack, like this is probably what this is, right? Nim line number, Nim line feed, I don't know what this is. 535, I don't know what that means. Yeah, so it's very abstracted away in a way that you really can't read it. While 1, so this is why line numbers here. So at line 394, we start a while loop, blah, blah, blah. Very interesting. Lots of go-tos. Makes sense. The flow control is going to be considerably different from what C normally does. So just an interesting little thing to look at, actually. What do we got here? Hello, Steinblock. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hopefully you're not a seasoned Nim programmer to make fun of us, because I don't know nothing. But Nim is an interesting little language. Like if we go to, let's close this out. It kind of looks like Python with all of the, well, instead of def, it's proc. There's no colon here, but everything is strongly typed, so we actually have to describe what we're returning. So returns have to be here. But there's some interesting that comes with that I kind of like. There's an implicit result variable for the return. So when I return, the result is automatically returned for me, which is kind of cool. Multiple returns is a thing. Let's see here. Colon, paren. Maybe on an older day, 3 main. Search for colon, paren. Really, I didn't. What day did I do that on? Our early days didn't need any special stuff. Unless I'm thinking of Zig, Odin. Oh, you. Not sure what's going on here. Doing good. I was here before. I still don't know how to code, so not making fun. Okay. Well, I figure a little friendly teasing is perfectly acceptable, right? That's a little public shaming can be really good for people's improvement. No, yeah, we're trying out some Nim. It's an interesting little language. I'm thinking maybe next year I'll start a how to learn programming, how to get started programming series. That might be good. Do some more beginner-based stuff. So far, it's been pretty intermediate stuff. But yeah. So what we've been doing is we're learning old languages or not old languages, new languages that I haven't done before. We did Zig, we did Odin, doing a little Nim right now. Yesterday we did like the language overview where we went through their features, read the documentation a little bit, installed it, ran Hello World, and then started working on some puzzles. And actually, we got pretty far on the puzzles, considering this is a language I don't know. Which means we're just going to work a few more puzzles today. And just try to ingrain some of the language ideas in our brains. A lot of learning a programming language is just time working with it, right? Time in code. Familiarity, getting used to the different syntax and whatnot. But yeah, so I guess that means we did finish the puzzle yesterday. How's the Stickman school game? Code-wise, it's done. I'm doing a little bit more art. Then I make a video, a trailer video. Build a website, and yeah, as far as code-wise, it's done. So ready for release when the last of the art gets done. So we're pretty much done with that on stream. I'll do some status updates on it on stream, but especially the announcement. But for now, it's done on code side. Pretty good little game, I think, in some ways. We've shrunk the size of the executable down. All of our data is nicely compressed. No external dependencies. Everything is in that executable, which makes me happy. I like it when coding makes me happy. Let's see here. I'm just trying to arrange my homemade Christmas candies for consumption. So good. I've got buttercreams, caramels, toffee, cashew brittle, all the good things. What a terrible time of year. I'm gonna have to go do some weight loss here this spring. That game could really be a good analog horror game. Yeah, you're trapped in the school building. You can't leave. Your teacher keeps putting words on the board, and maybe we should do like a horror mode where if you guess wrong at the end, the screen just goes to red and fades to black, right? It'd be awesome. Just takes a little bit of atmosphere to make it a horror game, right? Have some random screams in the background. Could you show me? Oh, sure. Let's see, where are we? We're in Nim Word Sleuth. There's the game. So we go into practice mode. Here it is. Prime Lunch Toads are 15 unique characters in 3 words, and they have 5 letters in them, and there are no duplicates in those 15 letters, which means every letter that's not in those 3 words has to be accepted. So those letters are all gone. Oh, interesting. This one's a little bit tricky. Not getting a lot of clues out of here. So we just guess words. Intro. Opals. Oh, opals. Interesting. Nope, nope, that wasn't quite right. Let's see here. I'm trying to find a word that has none of the letters of opals. Human has 1 letter in common. So A has to be in. Let's see. P and O can only have 1. So L, oops, that's not right. Shoot. A has to be in. So P and O have to have 1 letter and 1 letter only. So it can't be U. It has to be L and S, O or P, N or H. Agreed. Can't be O, so it has to be P. And N. So let's see here. Plans. Hey, we did it. Other game modes, you keep going. Then we still have our little chalk doodads to play with that have nothing to do with the game. All the bubbles bouncing around. Just little things for people to play around with while they're waiting. Here's the little stick man you remember. Walks around, shoots his bow and arrow. Looks kind of different. Yeah, got some artwork done. Oops, I missed the target. That's embarrassing. There we go. Yep, there's a little guy. Let's see what else we got. We got the rocket ship. Oh, I've still got the quote of the day in debug mode. Whee! Fly your little rocket around. And we got plants. You can plant a seed, then water it. In sunshine, little plants will grow. There you go. Those are all the doodads we worked on. Just for fun. So yeah, that's kind of the game. If you're in marathon mode, you try and get as many words as you can until you fail. Sprint mode, try to get 6 words in the least time. Golf mode, you try to get 9 words with the fewest number of guesses. So, yeah. We have high scores. We have replays. There is some music. So yeah, that's kind of the game. Yeah, not too bad. I figure it's probably worth $7 and $8. See if we can get people to buy it sometime in January when I release it. Like I said, still got to make a trailer video and make a web page. Yeah, you can see we've really shrunk down our executable size quite a bit. Everything's compressed by a factor of 4 or more in the audio and images, so not bad. That used to be 60 megabytes. This used to be over 111 or something. So yeah, getting some good compression down. I'm gonna buy it even if I wouldn't play it often. Yep, just that's how you make it for an hour. So, well, I appreciate it. uh, yep, it's been fun. It was a good learning project. It ended up being about 31,000 lines of code, which feels like a lot to me, but four, I guess. All right, so we're gonna start the next puzzle. So to learn a language, what you really need to do is just spend time with it. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into day 5 of the Advent of Code. So let me go grab the prompt from that one. So day 5. So the Advent of Code is like a Christmas themed set of puzzles. Each year Santa's trying to save Christmas and the elves are screwing things up. So in our case, for some reason, we're in a submarine. The keys to the sleigh have been dropped. So we used sonar in the first puzzle. We've driven our sub around according to a pre-computed plan. Day 5, apparently we're dealing with hydrothermal ventures. So here's the prompt. We're going to work through using NIM. My auto wrap is not working right now. Why not? Anyway, come across a field of hydrothermal vents on the ocean floor. These vents constantly produce large opaque clouds, so it would be best to avoid them. They tend to form in lines. The submarine helpfully produces a list of nearby lines of vents for you to review. So this is our input. Each line of vents is given as a line segment in the format x, y, x, y. Are the coordinates of one end of the line segment. These are the coordinates of the other end. These line segments include the points at both ends. Okay, that makes sense. For now, only consider horizontal and vertical lines. Okay. Horizontal and vertical lines from the above list would produce the following diagram. Right? In this diagram, the top left corner is 0, 0. The bottom right corner is 9, 9. Each position is shown as the number of lines which cover that point. Okay, so they intersected here and here and here. Got it. This is anywhere in the diagram with a 2 or larger. So there's a number of total of 5 points. Consider only horizontal and vertical lines. How many points do at least 2 lines overlap? Interesting. So here's our input, our test input. Yeah, pardon me. Good heavens. That's from an old puzzle. Old puzzle. Let me go grab the full input. The full input is usually quite a bit larger. Oof. There it is. That's the full input. There's a small input. then we're going to use Nim to solve the puzzle. We need to know how many spots are overlapped by multiple lines. Oh, well, let's see here. Christmas was good. Didn't get a lot of sleep. You know, there's always last minute wrapping and making of Christmas candies and that sort of thing, but it was good. Got some books, some junk food. Got some new weights. My set of dumbbells doesn't go heavy enough, so now it goes a little higher. That's good. Weights are expensive too. Yikes. New Year was good. We had a little party up at my sister's house with her husband and family. Nice and loud, noisy. Lots of junk food, sitting around talking. Kids were playing games. Yeah, overall, really good. Really good. How was your Christmas and New Year? See, that's how you parse the text by lines. I like that. Let's skip empty lines. You got kids? Yeah, I've got kids. I got a bunch of kids. Tons of kids. Brewed up some fireworks. Nice. Like when you say brew up some fireworks, I went to school with a kid that made his own fireworks from scratch. He was an interesting character. We did blow a hole in somebody's driveway, so I assume you bought some fireworks and lit them off, or did you actually make your own? Because that would be awesome. Maybe you meant blew up some fireworks. That's pretty cool. We don't really do fireworks around here. I don't know why not. Or at least my family never did. No, you bought them. Okay. Just checking. Because like I said, that would be awesome. Line count. Or I don't remember now. Bar. I have to use the word bar. Var line count and min x, min y. We'll make these negative. Let's start with max x, max y. I live in Germany, so either way there will be fireworks sometimes, even middle of summer. Okay, cool. Well, I don't speak any German except the usual ones, right? Sprechen Sie Deutsch and Schnell. That always shows up in old war movies. But there's a lot of German influence on English, so a lot of cognates, a little bit of overlapping. Some grammar structures are similar. I'm afraid, yeah. It's like a split. There we go. I assume our next half of this puzzle will be to do something not horizontal and vertical. So we'll have to think about that, but we don't have to worry about that just yet. I think my keyboard's just too sensitive. I've tried to just let my muscle memory take care of it, but I think it's too easy for me to hit keys. Point will be a tuple of x and y. And a line will be a tuple of point 0 and point 1. We'll have a board. Cell can be an integer, a row will be a column count. Interesting. Be right back and be back in an hour. Gotta do something. Yep. You come on back anytime you like. Always welcome here. Don't worry about this. Just yet. Oh, for Pete's sake. Never mind. There we go. They're splitting on. See what I mean? My muscle memory just is not catching up here. Our small input. There's always a space thing. Yep. If first split our entry with a comma. If it's the first value equals false. Before I go, put on some music so you don't get bored. Yeah, I don't know. I've heard about this music thing, but I have not used it in 8 months or so. I don't know why. Well, I know why. So I don't get any copyright strikes. I've had one copyright strike already. I contested it and it went away, but it's just silly. They were like, "Oh, we recognize this song at this time," and I was like, "Dude, I haven't played music ever." So that's always super fun. Their automated systems suck. So I just don't use music. Too much hassle. Oh, do I remember how to do this? Sequence. There we go. Sequence of line. Line segment equals new line. L side congru. Heyo. Happy New Year. What's up? New line 0, 0, 0, 0. That should do what I want. You know, I like this first point. We're going to say value count. I think that's going to be easier for me to track. If value count equals 0. No, tuples I can access by index, right? String manipulation, I see. The bane of my existence. You know, the more I deal with strings, the more I realize how hard of a problem it is to write a good string. I'm chilling, trying to add a particle system engine right now. Good. Looking into using ECS archetypes for different particle features, but I'm super confused. Yeah, particle systems are usually one big block of code with data, right? So you specify, here are some different behaviors, here are the values you start and end with, and here's how long it takes to get from there to there. But all the feature is basically one big block of code, like all particles, one big block of code. So it's not usually an ECS sub-architecture. It's usually just a component itself. And then now, I mean, maybe I'm not up to date. It's been a while, but I think that you're overcomplicating the particle systems. If you do something like lifetime, maybe color or texture or sprite over time, and just get one thing working, and then you just write more branches in your code for more features. Yeah, particle systems can be very powerful. Did I use a switch in here? I did not. I don't remember if I used a switch. I didn't. Okay. Well, never mind then. Let's go look up NIM switch. I don't think it was that hard. But a cool particle system can be awesome. Actually, one of the guys I watch on Twitch from time to time is AK Elements. He just did a particle system feature for doing an exploding firework. There we go, for New Year's on his stream using his custom game engine. So if you want particle system ideas, he's probably the guy to talk to. He's actually built real games for money. That's it. Case of else. Case value count of 0 equals temp of 1 y. He may pop into the stream later, actually. 1 and then value count infinite. I'm never going to get used to that syntax, but that's all right. I think that's it. All right, so we're going to echo lines with the length of the lines. Just see how that goes. Input small. Oh wait, we have a make file. Oh, 3. Okay. Error closing quote. Oh, darn it. Split doesn't take a string, it takes a character. Yeah, I got it rendering with a single buffer, but I want something similar to how Unity specifies its individual particle features. Yeah, there's tons of them. Heck, the last time I used Unity for particles was before, gosh, what was their particle engine? I forgot the names of things. I just checked it up with my scripting system. The tutorial I watched decrements the lifetime with the time step. I'm thinking about just using the chrono library time points. Well, with a game, you want to be consistent with your time. So, for example, if you do like a bullet time, you want your particle systems most of the time to scale with your game time. But maybe there are times when you don't, in which case the ability to switch on and off of whether you're using game time or wall time is a little bit different. So you do want to be a little bit careful about using the chrono library separate from your game engine time. Because it might be that you have a slow-mo for capturing cool events. Or maybe you have like a waiting faster type of feature. If you tie your particles to your game time, it tends to work out a little better for a lot of features. So let me see here. Im split. Okay, so separator can be an actual string. Good, good. Phew. In that case, all we really need then is that. I'm just curious now. Do they have a trim? Trim zeros? Trim, maybe strip? Strip. There we go. Strip. Leading true, trailing true. Character set. Okay. Strip. Entry. True. True. So we can write this a little bit better. And a set of characters, which is white space. Actually, I'm fine with all the defaults. That's perfect. All the defaults are leading and trailing space, and the character set is all the white space. So that actually works out perfectly. Okay. Already it's better. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Maybe I can use my time from the game engine run loop and just make the time points relative to the game's engine rather than the system time. Yep. Because I do use a fixed time step and maintain the current time in the run loop. Yeah. As long as you have a delta time, it's probably better to use that, or yeah, your game's current time. Those are definitely powerful features in an engine. Blah, blah, what was I doing? We were seeing how many lines we were getting. Declared identifier in 13. Well, shoot. Let's see here. A new tuple. Whatever. Just with no initialization. Should be fine. Undeclared field P0. System string. What? Line 19. Oh, line segment. That should work better. Not all cases are covered. All right, back to cases. Else. Echo error. Too many values for a line segment. I think my key activation is too sensitive on this keyboard. Imported but not used. We will use. All right, so our answer was 20 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, I see. Oops. Line segments. Yeah, my key activation is too sensitive. Even my muscle memory is not really catching on. There are 20 lines. We don't have 20 lines. That's why. Yeah, 10 line segments. Good. Now we want to find the bounds. How long does Advent of Code run for? I never heard of it before. So he starts it on December 1st, and he releases one puzzle every day until Christmas. So there's 25 days of it. Each day has two parts, and it's just a great way to practice programming. I'm running old years so that people who've run it this year, I'm not giving spoilers and I'm not having them pop into my chat being like, oh, you can do it this way. It's like, I don't care. It's not really about me solving the puzzles. It's about me spending time in these languages right now. Um, so yeah, 25 days. I'm going back to old years. So let me share the screen, Rooney. Let's see. I have to share this one first. Unless it's down. Yep. So you can go to any year you want that it's been running. There's probably a Wikipedia page. So I for Odin, we were doing 2019. So here's the puzzle for that one. We're doing Nim with 2021. So there's a bunch of old ones. I'm wondering if Advent of Code, is there like a Wikipedia page? How long has that been running? How many years are there? It begins December 1st to 25th annually, 2015. So yeah, there's a lot of years of puzzles, and they ramp up. The first few puzzles, dead easy, then they get more and more complicated. Although, I've also not really done a full Advent of Code year, so that's one of the things I maybe want to do. Oh, it's a fun set of puzzles. Pretty heavy on the code parsing side of things. String parsing, loading a file, all of your inputs are as files. Pretty straightforward to get started. So we want, I'm going to try to use this feature. Min x, min y, max x, max y. Okay, if p0.x if min x is less than 0 or line segment is less than min x, yeah, so a lot of times when you're learning a language, you need a project to work on, and it's hard to come up with project ideas that are appropriately scoped. So when I want to learn a language, like this is perfect. I can run a day, I can run 3 days, I can run the whole 25 days worth of Advent of Code. Just depends. I actually kind of want to build my own Advent of Code, just one puzzle. I've had one idea for a great puzzle, but yeah, this guy's actually pretty crazy. He spends all year getting these puzzles ready. And then he melts down servers for like a month. We're going to find out our bounds. Sounds not correct. Oh, of course not. Because we did everything on max. 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 Oh, we need more checks. Okay. All right. Need like 8 of these checks. Line segment P1 dot X. Okay, so we've got min X with 0.0 and 0.1. I'm just going to delete all these and come back to them in a minute. Then we want min for max is greater than. Now we need it for y's. And then for dot x dot y. Oops. Because we're running 2 points for checks. That's a little better. That agree with our prompt. Yeah, and the bottom right corner is 99, so we agree. Line segments, 10 of them. Our bounds are that. It seems more fun than just trying a bunch of leak code. Oh yeah, definitely. And it's funny. He's Santa Claus and elves are always getting into their little hijinks. Like I said, losing the keys to the sleigh, freaking hilarious. Might try to get out of the C++ bubble. Yeah, good idea. I'm gonna head out though. Hope it's a good stream. Thanks. Appreciate you dropping by. You have a wonderful day. All right. Okay, so we have our bounds. So what we need now is a two-dimensional array of integer counts. How do I want to do this? Type. Let's have a cell, which is a type integer. A row, which is of type, and this is an array of max x minus min x plus 1. Cells. Then our board is max y minus min y plus 1 rows. Init board. Let's see here. Var row count equals Column count. Column count. We could mark these as const. These don't have to change. Once we've declared them. We're going to use these a lot. Better if they never change. Init board. Set to 0. So we have a var board equals board init address of board. So that should set that all up. Now, a diagram with 2 or larger. So I need space with 2 or larger. Okay. We're going to brute force this. We're not going to be clever. We're not going to do line intersections. We're literally just going to simulate each line over the board and call it good. Keep it simple. Most of these puzzles early on especially aren't designed to overwhelm your CPU or your memory usage. Oops. Having a hard time with latte today. Okay. Could print the board. It's going to be very similar to this code. I think that's it. The board graph equals just our board. Board reference, board reference. Just to see what we get. Invalid indentation. Line 61. Interesting. $62. And evaluate at compile time max x. Line 58. This is a let situation. I don't want it to. I don't want this to be compile time computed. $62. So because of this, part count is not a constant. Hmm. Okay, so I need a pointer to. I need an array of int. Let's see here. Oh, nim. 2D array. Sure, there's a better way to do this. Hey, AK Elements, how are you doing? Good evening. How's it going? We need to do sequence. Maybe we do sequence. Good. Got a version somewhat working, but I don't like it. Yep. I know how that works. I guess we just make a sequence of an int. A sequence of rows. Init board. Oh, pardon me. Row count, column count. That's always my problem. That's why I was struggling in that part of the code already last year for weeks. Sounds like it's time to refactor. Like anytime that things become that painful to work with, it's time to sit down and kind of rethink the whole thing, right? If you run into a problem once where like, oh, I don't really like the way this cleans up or whatever, it's fine. But if it's weeks long, it's usually an indicator that there's an underlying design that needs to be changed. Structure, anything that makes you sad for more than a couple of hours is probably worth looking over. I have a whole document full of things like that I should work on. But there's a time and a balance though too. Like a lot of times you're like, this would be nice to fix, but I can plow through without changing things too much, and maybe that's good enough. A board dot add. Maybe add a reference to a row. Is that it? I think that's it. Initialize a board, print a board. Let's try that. All right, I'm back. How's the code going? Oh, it's fine. We're slowly learning. Let's see, like we were trying to use arrays, but I guess we needed a sequence maybe. Error type mismatch. Reference board. Board new row. Hmm. Line 67. What's going on here? Board add new row. A board is a sequence of rows, references to rows. A new row is the thing. Row.add 0. This looks right to me. More important, how's Brandon the Skeleton going? Well, he's very festive still. I'll probably remove his Santa hat after after this weekend. He's feeling very festive though. We're still on Advent of Code, so it makes sense. He's a little hungry though. He could use a sandwich. But he's gonna have to work a lot harder before I start feeding him. Let's see. We just do sequence of int. New sequence of int. See, I don't know what this means. Type mismatch, board ref, board. I have to dereference my board. Something about the way Nim treats these things is puzzling to me. Hey, C Films. Glad to hear you're doing well. I'm doing great as well. How are things in sunny Seattle? Drew Vest, good afternoon. So far today, pretty good. Just playing around with some Nim, trying to get a second day in. We're a little bit unclear, apparently, on something, and I don't know what. Expected one of the first. Add string character, string character, string. Board is a reference to a board. That doesn't make sense in my head, and it doesn't work, so that's fine. This is an odd thing. We've simplified our board to be a sequence of integers. For every row, we add a new row. Sequence of int. Sequence of rows. Add new row. For each column in the row, add the number 0. Type-wise, it makes sense to me. You reference a pointer. So in this case, board row into literal. I need to dereference forward. And the row itself. This is why I don't like their dereference. The dereferencing a pointer with the square brackets, I don't like. Because I think it makes some things harder to read. Invalid type description board for variable line 78. Probably this. Oh. What? Confusion. Invalid type on 79. This error message is not very helpful. That is error type message. Board new row. So that's this. For some reason, it's complaining that I can't add to my board a new row. Why? I don't get it. A board is a sequence of rows. A row is a reference to a sequence of ints. Take our board and we add a new row. Don't see why this is a problem. Still on holiday. Good, good. Still on holiday. That's good. When do you go back to work? Yeah, C Films does some web development. He's got like a Seattle, Pacific Northwest based theatrical. He's into movies, big time. Theaters, movies, cinema. So if you're looking for a theater or a place to watch movies, he has a web page. That's the C Films web page. Let's see here. You can maybe give him a shout out. I can remember 6 Degrees of Seattle. There we go. Yeah, I'll plug C Films. I don't really watch many movies. I haven't watched a movie in theater probably since The Hobbit, the first Peter Jackson Hobbit movie. It was that bad. Kind of put me off watching movies in theater. Made me very sad. After he did a reasonably good job on Lord of the Rings, they butchered the Hobbit. Absolutely murdered it. And there just hasn't been that much coming out that I'm interested in seeing. They've ruined Star Wars. They've ruined Indiana Jones. They've just kind of made me sad. Okay. It's restarting as streaming in 2025 next week. Good. Not enough coders. All right, Nim. Well, is this one of those things where I have to shadow things? It's where dereferencing. Description board for var on line 81. Mismatch. I just don't get it. Oh, init. Board. Row count. Column count. It's a tuple. Width. Or let's see here. Row count. Column count. Rows as a sequence of rows. B dot row count equals row count. B dot column count equals column count. Let's see here. Nice. Very good. Very good. Board reference. The board. Init the board. Print the board. Invalid indentation. 63. Oh, square brackets. Error mismatch type. We're still trying to do add board row. Oh. Rows. Undeclared identifier B in 77. Let's see here. Format on line 80. Stir format. I thought we cannot evaluate at compile time row. That shouldn't be a compile time thing. Okay. Equals B sub row. I feel like I'm fighting this a lot more than I was yesterday. What's going on here? Are you more interested in the C-Films website project or the new coding language McFly? That's a good question. What do the people want to watch? Row on 79. What? Oh. I don't think we need to do that. Board dot rows sub row sub column. Maybe that's what we meant. Hey, success. Line segments bounds. Print board. Board. B dot row count by B dot column count. Zero by zero. Size. Row count. Column count. Ten by 10. Init board row column. B dot row B dot column. Home. Init board, row count, column count. Those should be set. Board dot rows sub row. A row, add literal 0. I don't think this is supposed to be that hard. How are we struggling with this today? I thought calling this automatically dereferenced. Am I in the wrong language now? Am I in the wrong language now? I thought calling a method on a thing. No, it's accessing members. Okay, so this isn't accessing members. The dot add. Okay, well it's working, I guess. Don't know. I've never heard of McFly's. Looking a little on that. What that on that would be interesting. Yeah, yeah. He's shared his repo for McFly on this string. It's using Python, if I remember right. It's a good project, a good learning project. Okay, so some of the typing choices in this language I'm finding a little bizarre. I don't like this dereference operator. Did I already write that in the notes? Did I? Yeah, I don't like that syntax. Good. Okay. Okay, well anyways, we initialize the board. Now for line segment and line segments. Let me just call it L, right? These are all horizontal. So for L dot. Let's see here. If L dot P0 dot X equals L dot P1 dot X, it's horizontal. For Y in L dot P0 dot Y to L dot P1 dot Y. McFly repo. There it is. Yep. Oh, I haven't actually looked at it in a little while. I wonder if there's any good updates here. Last week. Parentheses, simplified the if statements. Nice, nice. Cool. Your trying to implement semicolons. Looks like that didn't get checked in. Keywords. Yep. Yeah, it's a very educational, building your own language. You learn a lot about language design and computers, and it can be quite a difficult problem. Ooh, word, sub row, sub column. Y is the row. Column is L dot P 0 dot X. Increment. Else. For each X. Increment board L dot P1 dot X dot Y with our X coordinate. And then print the board again. How to evaluate at compile time. Oh, board dot rows. Okay. How does this compare to what was in the prompt? We don't have all of those. We don't have that one. That doesn't look like it's in the right place at all. So our output does not look like this output. Oh. Yes. So, okay, we're counting things a little bit wrongly, because there we go. So it has to be horizontal or physical or vertical. We ignore everything else. 50 colons, if 92. Is this like a Python thing? I don't remember now. Yep. I'm still not seeing what I would expect. Okay, and here's what we do. We go, it's bar low equals if L dot P0 dot Y plus L dot P1 dot Y if L dot P0 dot Y else L dot P1 dot Y. high equals the sum of these two minus our low. Over here, we do it by way of x's instead of by y's. Dot y dot x. The y from low to high. This one's called x. There, that looks better. All right. Weren't you going to stream about this new language since you suggested it? Mostly work on the C Films website project on stream. Problem is there's too many projects, too many cool projects to work on. Way too many. It's actually really hard to stay focused on one project. There's so many cool things to do. Board dot rows, row, at column. It's greater than 1. Increment result, and result is implicitly returned anyways. Therefore, we should be able to echo dangerous points. Which is the count of the board. Invalid indentation, my favorite. Line 84. Hold on. I think that's my problem. Dangerous points 5, which should be what our prompt told us. 5 points. Okay, now we can run this over the main input. Ooh. Size. Index. System fatal main 104. Okay, so we have to do it with offsets. So we just got to max x plus 1 then. Ooh, that's a lot of dangerous points. But that's our submission right there. That's the answer. All right, let's show it. Let's do it. This one. If my viewers are interested in the McFly project, I might start adding in more streams about the McFly coding language. As I said, I'm interested. Let's hope the others are as well. It would be nice to see a little bit about it. Yeah. Coding languages are awesome. They are some of my favorite. Boom. Hey, we got the right answer. Part 2. Now, I'll bet we have to deal with all the lines that aren't horizontal. Oh, yeah, that looks messy. Okay. Prompt. La la la. Part 2. Get this cleaned up a little bit so people can see. Unfortunately, considering only horizontal and vertical lines doesn't give you the full picture. You also need to consider diagonal lines because of the limits of the hydrothermal vent mapping system. Or just diagonal line at exactly 45. Perfect. There's points 1 through 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, and so on. Consider all the lines from the above example would now produce the following diagram. Still need to determine the number of points where the things overlap. In the case of the example problem, it's now 12. So let's go to input, not input small, into here. Input small. Else. Y0, Y1. Same thing for X here. X0 to X1. Oop, that's a phone call. Just a moment. I might have to take this one. Somebody grabbed it. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, so in other words, X equals X0, or Y equals Y0, while X less than equal to X1, and Y less than equal to Y1, increment board at rows sub Y sub X, and then increment X, increment Y. We're doing this with the small input, so we can look at it. Error, I'm going to compare Y1. All right, there it is. Fingers points 15. It's now 12. Darn it. Okay. All right. Time for a quick restroom break. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, I know it's wrong. I've thought it through for just a second. And I know what's going on. So, here we go. We're finding low x and low y, which is wrong. dy equals 1 if y0 is greater than y1, and it's minus 1, else it's 1. One minus 1, else. Actually, is there a compare operator? Let's see here. Nim compare int operator. Some languages just have this built in. Nim rocket operator. Nope. Okay. We'll do it the hard way. We start off higher. dy equals minus 1. LFL dot p0 dot y equals L dot p1 dot y. Then our dy equals 0. L dot p1 dot x. L dot p1 y. Let me break out. That might make more sense. Plus equals delta x plus equals delta y. We'll try that. That probably will do a better job. X Now we've got our 12 points. This looks more similar to what we were looking at in the example problem. Therefore, we can do this one. That should have our answer in it. 22,000 dangerous points. That's a little scary. Nobody wants to try to sub around that many dangerous points. So we are going to submit our answer. 22,000. That's not right. Uh-oh. Got the wrong answer. Okay. One dot one, so 1 0. There's no 1 here. That's awkward. These are kind of got lucky. 3 1 3 2. Yeah, I didn't get this line for some reason. I don't know, feeling on vertical lines. Oh, 5. What if we ignore all of those? Just do that. We start at Y. We assume we're going downward. If we're actually going up, it's minus. If they're equal, then Y stays at 6. Oh, we're breaking out too early. And 9 points, not the 12. It's still not doing this little vertical here. Interesting, interesting. X. We need to move backwards. Huh. So some of there's like a let's an entry like that covers that. An entry like that covers that to that. So is there one at 2 2 that goes up to 2 1? 6 4 to 2 0, which is this one. Which is that one. All right, let's just try to be more explicit then. X, Y. Echo. Hold up. P 0.x. Hold up. P 0.y. 2. Point. Zero 1 2 3 4 5 8 0 7 1 6 2 5 3 4 4 3 5 2 6 1 7 0 8. I think that looks correct. 9 4 3 4. That's a vertical line from 9 to 3. 2 2 to 2 1. 7 0 to 7 4 is a vertical line, or horizontal line. 6 4 to 2 0. 0 9 to 2 9. 6 4 to 2 0 9. That is the 12 points. 12 dangerous points. Okay, so it is working. Hey, Caitlin, did you have that annoying feeling as well where a problem can't let you think about anything else? Yep. I have many times. Let me show you. Let's see here. Let me drag this up. Word sleuth. Documentation to do. Um, discarded and delayed tasks. Let's see. So a lot of these things are things I want to do, but like most of this program, I just had the vertex buffers as just arrays of floats. So I'm looking up all of my vertex attributes by index positions instead of using a struct. And that's one that's plagued me every step of the way, and I should go back and fix it. So that's definitely on my list. Um, let's see, just things like that. I've actually gone back and refactored a whole bunch of stuff. My text, I don't like the way that my text rendering worked out. I think I need two different text things. I was trying to do too much with one, and it really does need two different text objects to render properly, better, more flexible. Yeah, I've run into this a whole bunch of times. I've got a bunch of text that, blah, blah, blah. Actually, this one might be fixed. Whatever. Yep, I've done lots. There's this whole list is full of my naming consistency. Sometimes I use just the name of the parameter I'm trying to get. Other times I say get whatever, and that makes me mad every time I mess that up. All sorts of things that I should go back and refactor and update and re-architect. Yeah, especially that text. That text, that made me sad. Happens all the time. Yep, I've spent probably, oops. Once I identified what I wanted to do here, like I spent 2 or 3 nights just sleeping and dreaming about the design of these two classes instead of the one that I ended up with. I'd wake up and I'd be like, oh, I know what I need to do. I'm not going to do it right now. But that was the problem I could only think about for a few days. Yep. It's a long list. Yeah, one of these days I'll go back and clean some of those up. Especially before I start the second game. Well, and that's one of the things that, years of experience is what gives you, right? Which things can I live with? And which things do I need to fix now? Because if you don't prioritize, you'll never ship. If everything has to be perfect, you have to decide what you can live with and what you can't live with. So, I re-architected my action sequence, animations, timekeeping systems 3, 4 times because I knew that was going to be a plague no matter what every time until I got it right the way I wanted. But, rendering text, I want to fix it. It's terrible. But what I've got is good enough for what I'm doing now. So it's one of those things I could let go of at the time. Yep. Regardless, you should write it down as a to-do list, right? Even if you never get around to it. So, yep, scope, time, and money. If I had all the time and money in the world, I wouldn't have a to-do list. But I do. Money is a thing. So I think we fixed it. I think this will work now. One, two. Yeah, okay. So this is looking about right. So in theory, we should be ready for the big input. Oh, we printed the board out. Shoot. That's my bad. There we go. And we resubmit this, maybe. Go back. Put our answer in. Hey, we did it. Day 5 is done. Cool. All right, day 6. We're still searching for the sleigh's keys. The elves dropped them on the ocean floor. All right, day 6. Prompts.org. A lot of the misses today have been not reading through the problem carefully enough before I start to work on it. This is like streamer brain combined with overdone sugar, lack of sleep. Whoa. All right, lanternfish. The seafloor is getting steeper. Maybe the slate keys got carried this way. A massive school of glowing lanternfish swims past. They must spawn quickly to reach such large numbers. Maybe exponentially quickly. You should model their growth rate to be sure. Though you know nothing about the specific species of lanternfish, you can make some guesses about their attributes. Surely each lanternfish creates a new lanternfish every 7 days. I like the scientific method here. However, this process isn't necessarily synchronized between every lanternfish. One lanternfish might have 2 days left until it creates another lanternfish, while another might have 4, so you can model each fish as a single number. That represents the number of days until it creates a new lanternfish. Furthermore, your reasonable new lanternfish would surely need slightly longer before it's capable of producing more lanternfish, 2 more days for its first cycle. So suppose you have a lanternfish with an internal timer value of 3. After 1 day, it becomes 2, becomes 1, becomes 0. After another day, its internal timer would reset to 6. And it would create a new lanternfish with an internal timer of 8. After another day, the first lanternfish would have an internal timer of 5, and the second lanternfish would have an internal timer of 7. A lanternfish that creates a new fish resets its timer to 6, not 7, because 0 is included as a valid timer value. The new lanternfish starts with an internal timer of 8. Okay. Realizing what you're trying to do, the submarine automatically produces a list of the ages of several hundred nearby lanternfish. For example, you were given the following list. This list means the first fish has an internal timer of 3, the second has an internal timer of 4, until the fifth fish, which has an internal timer of 2. Simulating these fish over several days would proceed as follows. Okay. Each day a 0 becomes a 6 and adds a new 8 to the end of the list, while each other number decreases by 1 if it's present at the start of the day. Okay. After 18 days, there are a total of 26 fish. After 80 days, there would be a total of a lot. Find a way to simulate lanternfish. How many lanternfish would there be after 80 days? Holy smokes. That's going to be a big number. Probably. Okay. Input. Let's forget our input. Because this is the fish we start with. We also need an input small, which we can get from our prompt. And we just need to simulate this. Okay. Oh, I had a coworker at UB who always told me if he would be rich, he would no longer code a single line. I think even if I were rich, I would like to code. Yep. It's just what I do, right? It's if I have a problem, I sit down and I write code. He said if I had infinite money, I'd have no to-do list. Yeah, that's not true. If I had infinite money, I would have started a board game design company and hired a bunch of artists and writers. I would have had probably 2 or 3 different computer game companies hiring, programmers, artists, and writers. I would always be building something. It's just what I do. I don't code for the money, although the money can be nice. But if I had infinite money, I'd still be making stuff. Absolutely. It's just what I do. I am first and foremost a programmer. I'm not a content creator. I'm not a. It's just what I choose to do. It's what I like doing. Okay, so we need probably need string utils main.nim. I don't really need a time type actually. We mostly do this. We're gonna have a what's a flock of sheep of fish? A school. Variable school equals is a sequence of integers. For entry in split, comma, and I think we can use a character separator. Dot add split strip line parse int strip entry. I think that's it. Echo school. Make sure we're reading it in right. I can remember what I'm doing here. Make file. All right, making sure we at least. Whoa. I want input small. Three, four, three, one, two. Correct. All right, good. I don't think we need this other one up. I think everything else is good. Okay, prompt. I need to simulate a day. Type the input. Simulating a day. Oh. Ooh, I'd also start a company for doing a cool haptic feedback immersive controller thing I want to build. I've always felt cheated out by the hoverboard status of the world. I want an input controller that looks like, feels like a hoverboard. I've got the design, just comes down to time and money. There's no way to make it efficiently enough to make it worth anyone's money to develop it. It'd be like a one-off just for my personal use. Mass production would not really work. Okay. Feature simulate day given a school, which is a reference to a sequence, integers, it doesn't need to return anything. Bar last index equals the length of school minus 1. That's fine. Because we're going to add things to school, so we want to go for index in 0 to last index. School sub index. Decrement. I only looked up increment. Nim lang decrement. Oh, for Pete's sake. Let's see. Documentation. Ink. Is it called deck? Ink, ord, and deck. So I think it's just deck. If school at index equals 0, school add 8. School at index equals 6. Otherwise we decrement. I think that's it. So for a in the range from 1 to 18, that is inclusive. Initial state school. Simulate the day in school. The longer I stare at the word school, the less right it feels. All right. And we will say echo after day colon school. After 18 days, total of 26 fish. Echo total fish length of the school. Type mismatch. Line 13. Line 16. Line 23. Expected one of reference to a sequence of integer. It's a pointer to a sequence, not a reference to a sequence. That doesn't make any sense to me. Let's see. I mean, we can do this. Type school equals a sequence of int. School ref equals a reference to school. School equals school. School reference equals address of school. School reference let's see here. School reference. Not pointer school for address school, but expected school ref. That's gonna work. Line 8. So what? I can't get a reference? Got school. Expected a school reference. Nim expected ref dot pointer. Ref and pointer are distinct types used for different purposes. They are expected ref dot pointer basically indicates I use a pointer where reference is expected. Yes, blah blah blah. Let's see. This is not helpful. Don't care about distinct. I. Not helpful. Yeah, that's not helpful, useful at all. I've been using this elsewhere, but not with. I'm trying to pass reference. Owned references. What am I doing wrong here? Heap versus stacks. This is saying, I think, line 8. Is it because it's a built-in type that's doing weird things? Address of school. Address of a sequence. I mean, don't understand why address of school. Okay, so that I guess it kind of works. All right, so let's see here. Over here to prompt 23201121608. Yep. Looks like we're simulating correctly down to this one, 60645, 60645, 601126, all the way down to 4/8. Total of fish is 26. I think we're good. So we go back to our main, oops, for day 6. We don't need an initial state. That's all we need. So 80. Maybe you want to do this with a small input still. Five, 9, 3, 4. After 80 days, 5, 9, 3, 4. Okay, so it's correct. Got it. So I think we're ready for full input. I still say it's going to be a large number. 362,000 is an awful lot of fish, not gonna lie. A lot of fish. Let's see if we got it right. Need our input there more. 362,000 is correct. Part 2. That's not very big. Let's see how bad that messes us up. All right. Put that into our prompt text. Suppose land or fish live forever and have unlimited food and space. Would they take over the entire ocean after 256 days? In input small. So here's the question. How does NIM deal with very large numbers? We may have to specify types here. Maybe. Yikes. This is taking a while. Is it going to overflow? With a small input too, right? Let's see. If these are 32-bit integers we're using, then that will be 4.3 billion is the largest you can handle. Let's kill that. Let's shrink this down to bit unsigned integers. Uh-oh, this one might destroy us. We might not win. Oh. All right. Alternatively, we don't simulate each fish. We simulate something much simpler. I've got time. We're not in a huge hurry here. I don't have to be out of here till about 5. So this is modulus arithmetic. Dash D colon release. Maybe that's what we need to do. Dash D colon release. Meanwhile, for each fish in our initial, we figure out how many fish it would add over its lifetime. And then for each fish it generated, how many fish that would add. Hmm. Right way to do this generated a lot of fish. Yeah, I don't think this simulation method is going to work very well over the large data sets. We have to be more clever. We can't just simulate. Mm. I'm still running the compilation in the background. It may blow up my computer. Instead of simulating a day, simulate fish over time. Day number is an integer. Day count is an integer. And we want fish count to be a pointer to an int. But what's happening is that sequence is not a great data structure for what we're doing. And we shouldn't have to do that. Let's try that. For fish in our school, simulate fish from day fish from day 1 to 18. Count address of account. There's no way that's going to finish. Compile. Not quite what I wanted. It should not be assigned to 1 through 18. Okay. Fish. So bar F equals fish. Int cannot be assigned to. What? I give us 29, which I don't think is right. It's 26, wasn't it? At the end of 18, 26 fish. Okay, so simulation is not quite right. But I don't think we're far off. It might be so take the current date plus 1, because it doesn't decrement until next time. There's our 26. Now if we run through 80, we should get the number from our prompt. Five nine three four, which doesn't match what was in our prompt. Okay. I'm told let's go up to 256. We know how this ends up. Is this not faster? Basically, this is how many times does the fish reproduce count, right? So the fish is itself, so we increment. We probably don't have to do this quite as much. This recursive call is probably a bit of a problem. Fish number, colon, fish. Each fish can spawn off another fish. So simulating by fish is not efficient. Which means we have to be more clever. So we're not just eliminating the when you simulate a day, we're adding all sorts of things onto the end of our list, which is bad. Might have an idea how to refactor my system. I'm gonna try it tomorrow morning. Oh, nice. Tomorrow morning, Saturday. Okay, well, I'll poke in whether it's during stream or after stream and see what you got going. I try to run a lot of errands on Saturday. I've got to go look at a piano and got to go have a meeting. There's a building I'm trying to purchase, so I got to go talk to some people about leasing and whatnot. Try and figure out the legalities and finances of it all. But simulate fish is not efficient. It's more efficient, I believe. So let's go to 80. This is never going to finish. Simulating fish 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That does not take long. Okay. Let's simulate our fish differently. The fish will produce a number of, let's see here, var sub fish equals day count minus the day number. So basically, how many days remaining plus the they were on plus the number the fish is on. So, for example, if we have 3 days left and the fish is on 1, we want to divide the total number of days remaining by the fish's count, which is 7. So that's how many fish this fish adds. Each subfish staying 0. Subfish. We go to our day count. That's our day num. That's our fishy number. So that's basically the next day that a fish spawns. Seven times the number of the subfish. The count doesn't change. Count is passed on. We're going to 18 and 80. Oh yeah, right. Fish count. Subfish is afloat. Okay, Nim. What are you doing to me here? Piano, eh? Yeah, I want to listen to it before committing anybody to help move pianos. I guess it's an upright piano. I'll try a bit off stream to verify it works, then do the rest on stream. Okay, cool. I'll be interested to see what you end up choosing to do. Sometimes I just need like a night of sleep before I see how to refactor things that are causing me those kinds of issues. It just needs to percolate in the back of my brain for a while. But if it's continually causing me floor is, do I have to use floor? If it's continually being a problem, then integer division. Oh, dim. The div operator should be used. Okay, are they gonna like show the div operator? Is that really what I have to do? Redefinition of count. Oh, right. $19. Well, that's not the right number of fish. Shoot. Yeah, it's an upright piano. Lady says it's right by the front door, so it should be easy to exit. Hmm. subfish greater than 0. $14.57, definitely wrong. So basically we're saying the number of day we're on, plus the number of days it takes this fish to hit 0. How far is that from the end? Divided by 7. Did we add any subfish? No. Increment fish count. 23. These are not right. 26. Prompt. Nope. Sub-index. Our next spawn day. Next spawn day of that. Simulate from the next spawn day to the one the week after. $14 is not 26. And that just gets here. Call depth limit reached in a debug build. Huh. Exceeding call depths. Huh. Wrong answers. It's basically sounds a little tricky. What's going on here? Figure out what day the current fish will spawn. It will spawn zero less than next spawn day. Okay, let's say we're on day 1. Our fish is 3. On day 4, day count minus. Oh. Days remaining equals day count minus next spawn day. Days remaining. So if days remaining is greater than 0, next spawn day plus 7, 16. Closer. Oh, 6. What's going on here? Reach subfish in 0 to subfish. Simulate a new fish numbered 8. Next spawn day plus. Hey, how old? I don't know. I think it's an old piano. It's like 70-ish years old. So I'm gonna go take a look at it. Looks like it's in okay shape considering, plus my kids would destroy it anyways. So, hey Pat, how's it going? Happy New Year. Welcome, welcome. Or were you talking about how old the lady is and not the piano? I think it's like a 70-year-old piano. It's an old upright. Probably a little out of tune. Hopefully it can hold tune. I'll have to look into it. Yes, you too. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Pat. How have you been? How was your holidays? Well, let's see here. Holidays. For Christmas, didn't get much sleep between making homemade candies. I've got these homemade caramels dipped in chocolate. Super good. Made some panucci. I think I may have finally mastered the panucci. It's a non-chocolate fudge. It's a brown sugar fudge, but it's very prone to going grainy. Let those sugar crystals forming. So I think I might have finally found all of the secrets to eliminating the crystals. So it has that nice creamy fudge texture. All the good stuff. Piano, lol. Even the older ones are better quality and heavier. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we're hoping for. If it's okay quality, if it'll hold a tune, might be worth it. And then, yeah, but I'll take a look at it. If it's in okay shape, I may have a request for manpower one of these days, probably in a weekend or two. Oh, you made banana bread tonight. Purposely didn't add baking soda powder so it wouldn't rise or brown. Now it's amazing. My wife has probably the best banana bread recipe ever. And I don't know what the secrets are. I've never actually made it, so. But it turns out so moist. Oh, so good. And the best thing is you take some nice banana bread, toast it in the toaster, and then put a little butter on there. Oh, it's so good. Freshly toasted banana bread with a little butter on there, melted in. So delicious. This is such a bad time of year for my fitness levels. Oh, just terrible. The banana brown I usually eat from other people's like a darker brown color. Mine is almost white. It's crazy. Oh, interesting. That's interesting. Our banana bread is pretty dark too, but huh. That's interesting. Yep, and then New Year's stayed up late eating junk food, jalapeno poppers and candies and chips and dips and all the sauces. Good times. I love the holidays, but I really need to start losing some weight again. It was not a good month for me. Baking soda powder that causes it to brown so much. Really? That's interesting because every time I've seen banana bread, I assumed it was basically the oxidation of the banana itself turning things brown, or most of the things brown. I guess not the crust. The little brown flecks are obviously the banana. But yeah, I don't know. Baking soda, baking powder doesn't usually change the colors of things much. That's weird. I don't know. December is not a good month for anyone that celebrates the holidays. Well, they are good. It's just mixed. It's a complicated emotion. I love eating all the junk food, but I know it's not good for me. When I start running again next week, it's going to be brutal. Hmm. I think this is the secret. But I'm not sure where my count is off. Maybe it's day now -1. Maybe it's including today's number when it shouldn't. That's 20. Although we want 26, 5,000. So this is broken. Okay. I'm trying to do some modulus math here with NIM. Oh, baking soda, baking powder usually just helps with leavening. Yeah, exactly. Or so I thought. I'm just glad I'm not in America, so we don't celebrate Thanksgiving here. That sounds too soon to eat again in December. Yeah, it kind of is. It kind of is too close. You get your turkey and your mashed potatoes and your pies and your cakes and then you head straight into December. It's a little rough. Nothing until Valentine's Day, which really isn't that big of a deal around here. I take my wife to dinner and call it good. $26 billion lanternfish. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We need 64-bit unsigned integers. That is for sure. So if we go to account nim types, nim 64-bit unsigned integer. Same, even that is not excessive in my family at least. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Easter. Yep, yep. Easter's a good one. But yeah, even that's not as decadent, I guess. Easter's like a mini Thanksgiving here. Yeah, like when we do like deviled eggs and a nice ham dinner, but not nearly as much sugar. Int 64. That shouldn't make much of a difference. But our counts are all wrong. Let's do this. I want to simulate the day. Day 1 to day 2. So it should add 1 fish from fish at 3. I just want to print out, simulate the day, echo, fish number index, spawn a new fish on day uh, day. Guess I have to pass a day in. Initial state after day 1. Day 2, fish 3 spawned a new fish on day 2. Yep, gonna head to bed. Good luck with the puzzle. Thanks. You have a wonderful evening, wonderful weekend. See you next week. I'll have to check and see what you decide to fix on the weekend. Best of luck. Oh, modulus math. When I run into it, I wish I was better at it. Okay. So, let's say that I simulate fish. School number 3. Fish 3 spawned a new fish on day 2. Let's just compute the next spawn day. Let's just test a fish. Test fish. Next spawn day, echo will spawn on next spawn day. I just want to test fish 3 here. Test fish 3. I guess we need the day number. And the day count. On day 2. On day 0. Day 0. Doesn't matter. This thing will spawn on day 5. It should spawn on day 2. This is your next spawn day. This day number minus plus the fish. Fish number 3. Should spawn on day number 2. Day number plus the fish plus 1. Oh, you can't do that. We'll spawn on day 2. Spawn day is less than day count. Spawn day plus equals 7. So this guy will spawn on day 2, day 9, day 16. Increment fish count. Test fish 8 on the next spawn day. Up to day count. Same fish counter. Maybe this needs to be our sim fish. School 3 after 18. Address of our account. Test fish. $22, so that's not quite right, but it's closer. I feel like this should not be so hard. But we are into day 6. The puzzles do get trickier. Right, so when we simulate a day, here's what we're going to do. We're going to say watch fish equal an int equal to -1. If watch fish equals read 18. We want to watch fish number 3. Simulate this fish. Int equals -1. If watch fish equals 3, echo fish number watch fish will spawn fish on. Day next spawn day. Fish index. line 57. What am I doing? Simulate day is completely different. Index equals 3. Fish 3 spawning fish on 2, 9, and 16. Oh, those are not the right days. Total fish is all messed up. What's going on here? Our next spawn day, if we're in 3, we'll spawn fish on that day number. Fish. There we go. 2, 9, 16. 2, 9, 16. Okay. Watch fish equals 0. Okay. Fish 0, 4, 11, 18. Okay, so we have to go up to or equal to. That might make a difference. There we go. Now we're getting equal numbers. So 0 to 80. Those agree. Oh, if watch fish equals. There we go. Now it shouldn't be printing anything out. What? Six. A little bit ridiculous. There we go. Numbers match. All right, let's see if this is any more efficient. Out to 256 than what we've been doing. I thought we did that in our make file here. I have to put it up front. This is on a small input too. Still doing a lot of recursive calls. There are a lot of fish, and we add a lot of fish, so that's a big false stack. It's 9 and 3, 9 and 7. On the day a fish spawns, it doesn't do anything. And then it has 8 more days before it spawns, which is 9 days from day of spawn. When I add a fish, it's a way to figure out all of the fish. There must be a pattern here. Okay. Are you ready? Can we memoize some of this stuff? Because at best, over all these millions and millions of calls, $54. Okay. Let's try this. We want day count equals 15. Then I want memo-wise counts equal an array of uint 64 which is day count long. Zero to day count. Let me simulate a fish. If next spawn day our memoized counts at this day is greater than or equal to 0, return that number. Otherwise, we compute it. I'm trying to think through this just a little bit here. Memoized count of our day number, I guess. If a fish spawns, memoized counts sub next spawn day equals this thing plus equals this thing, then Minimake spawn day. Does that make sense? So, if we've already checked out this day as a spawn day, then we just steal that count. Otherwise, we compute the count and add those numbers. No. Hmm. Spawn day. So this doesn't happen. We just say result plus equals simulate fish. Then at the end, memoized counts at spawn day equals the result, and I don't have to return explicitly. All right, is this going to be any faster? I'm not going to 256. Let's go to 18 and ensure correctness. Line 6. Let's see here. Day 4. I think we had some arrays. This is what we want, probably. Not convert -1. We'll shoot. Int 64 to int 64. Wow, okay. 674 to 64. Okay, watch fish. Line 31 is no longer a thing. Type mismatch, simulate fish. Fish, day number, day count. Unhandled exception. Out of index error. Main.exe What line is that happening on main? What line? Whoops. Hum. Some failure. Somebody's getting an index wrong. If spawn day, let's see here. Result equals 0. If spawn day is less than or equal to day count. $18, not even 0 to 17. I suspect that our memoized counts are off by 1. $11. Shoot. I'm gonna take a quick restroom break. Be right back. Okay. 11. I think it's not 11, it's 26. So, hmm. Otherwise, our result adds this fish, then walks through the spawn days, saying, hey, simulate a new fish with an 8 counter on our next spawn day. Once we finish counting all those up, then we get to this one. Fish. That's in the index. Simulate my fish. Index equals watch fish. Okay. 2916. 512. Or 1118. So these all seem to be the correct numbers. Maybe I just print out memorized counts. -1 is fine. Nothing happens on day 0. Unless a fish has a count of 0. If we spawn out here, we only spawn 1 additional fish. If we spawn here, we spawn 3. So let's see. Put this guy back in. So on day 2, so 0, 1, 2, you spawn a fish on day 2. Well, what? Can we backfill it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If you respond on any of these days, you did not have a child. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If you respond on these 7, you had 2 children because you had a child somewhere in this region. 3 and 3. So we can actually pre-fill this memorization table, can't we? I'll bet we can. Okay. Let's see here. Pre-computed counts. Computed counts. Pre-computed index equals day count for, let's see here, for count in 0 to 9. Pre-computed index equals 1. Pre-computed index minus Decker. Then, while pre-computed index is greater than 0, anything less than 7, pre-computed index. Let's see here, var fish count. Let's see here. Child fish count equals 1. Computed counts. That's not quite true. Fish count plus equals the depth, increment arch depth. No, I don't think that's correct. I think we just increment this number. All right. Index -1. Pre-computed index less than 0. Break. Okay. Pre-computed. If you spawn a fish on day 2, are your self-added plus the child you created in this region plus the child you created in this region. All right. Simulate fish 2. Spawn day. If it's a valid spawn day. Result equals 0. If not, result equals pre-computed counts on spawn day. Simulate fish 2. All right, here's what we're doing. This was working once before we started memoization. Simulate day. Fish 0 spawned something on day 4, something on day 11, and something on day 18. Three, 4, 11, 18. Fish number 1 spawned 2. Fish number 3 spawned 3 fish. Three, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. We skipped 2, didn't we? For watch index equals in 0 to the length of our school. Watch fish equals watch index. Fish 0, 3, 3, 3. Those are all, of course, wrong. Shoot. How does an encoding language rank now? Was Advent of code a good way of testing the different encoding languages? Yes, yes, it is. At least early days are. Like at this point, I'm less concerned with NIM itself and more with my own puzzle solving. So the first, 4 or 5 days is a nice ramp up in difficulty. Day 1 is basically, get a file read, turn some strings into integers, line-based parsing, nothing too crazy. But by about day 5 or 6, the advent of code is difficult enough that you're thinking more about the problems and less about the coding language. So I think it's a nice way to ramp up usage on a new coding language. Name coding language, it's actually fine. It's better than I thought it was going to be. Would I want to use it every day? I don't think I would complain too much. I mean, I have my complaints, and there are some weird things around pointers versus references. But overall, it's not that bad. If you're used to Python and then you just strongly type it all, that's not bad. Uh, 3, 1, 2, 3. Also oriented 3 fish. So the spawn day was day 5. Or pre-computed says 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hmm. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have to wrap it up here next 20 minutes, so we may not finish the puzzle, but that's fine. We're using them, and it's working out for us. It's me being boneheaded. Fish 2. Definitely not getting the right number of fish. If we're simulating a fish, we add itself to the result. the day it needs to spawn on. Okay. Let's write out more stuff. Spawns 4/11/18. 4/11/18. This one spawns on 5 and 12. Missing a pattern somewhere. 4/11/18. Which is fine because our input has both of these the same. Spawns 3 times +1. Spawns 2 +1. So if we run fish number 3 through the simulation, 2916. Fish number 4. 3/10/11. So what we really end up with is 3, 3, 3, 3. So that's 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, which is not 26. Because some of the fish created spawn other fish. Five. 11 and 18. A 12. 7 on 13. I mean, ultimately, we're supposed to have 26 fish at the end of this thing. Hmm. Fish 8 on 13. So that makes sense. We could duplicate entries because of this one and this one. Nothing. Okay, 14. This one doesn't make any sense. And this is probably a typo. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at 4. Three, 10, 17. Does make more sense. 10. I think fish 11 is the last one that we have to do. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Fish 11. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 plus 1, 2, it's here. 3, 4, 5, see, that's 12, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. For the original 5. 21. All right, we simulate fish 2. Does it end up at 21? No, it ends up with a huge fish number. So fish 3. Well, fish. This one. Day 0, day 1, day 2. It adds 3 fish. This fish added 3 fish as well. Which one did it? It was this one. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, fish. What's going on here? Okay. So what I'm saying is any fish that spawns anything on day 4, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Spawns one here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Spawns one there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So come back here. When we pre-compute, we just do it this way. We said 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 generates 3 children, and 5 does not. 5 generates 2 or less. Anything that spawns on 9, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 will generate 2, 10, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. Um, really doesn't feel like this is the right way to do it. Simulate fish number 2. Result equals itself. We figure out what spawn day is. As long as we're less than the day count. Day count minus spawn day divided by 7. Pre-computed index. That tells me how many fish. Oh, it's like a triangular thing, isn't it? I add 3 fish to 1 fish. Okay. What about count equals this? For count in 0 through spawn count. Result plus equals spawn count minus count. Each fish we generate has itself that number of children. Otherwise, pre-compute watch fish, simulate the day, simulate fish 2. I don't think we're going to do this one. is 0. We want to simulate this fish. Its spawn day is some number of spawns here. Echo fish spawning spawn count direct children. That's not right. Oh. No. Because of that. That could be a problem. We may have been right for a lot longer than I thought. 18. We're not right, but it's closer. Two, three. The first one spawns 2. It's a triangular sum, isn't it? Let's take a fish. If it spawns 3 fish over time, then one of the fish it spawned at time this one will have spawned 2. This one will spawn 1 more, and this one will not spawn 1 more. Right, so we get 1 plus 3 children plus 2 plus 1. We have 3 children plus 2 plus 1. We have 1 child. Let me think. This first one First one spawns 1, the second one spawns 2, third one spawns 3. If it had enough time to spawn 4 children, that starts to get a little more interesting. Because this first one would have had time to spawn 3. And each of those 3 would have had, one of those 3 would have had time to spawn 2. And one of them would have had time to spawn 1. So I think 18 is wrong. The last fish we spawn doesn't have time to spawn anymore. So that's 0. The second to last one we spawns itself and 1 more. The third to last one spawns itself and 1 more, and one more. And its second to last one also spawns one more. Last fish, one. Let's see here. Child minus one. Child minus two spawns itself plus one more. And it doesn't have time to go. So 3 spawns itself and 2 children. And one of the children has time to spawn one more. 4 spawns well, not itself. We don't count itself, right? We have 1 child, 2 child, 3 child, 4 child is more like 6, right? Is this a triangular pyramid here? I have huge difficulty with loading 3D models. It works under main.cpp, but it doesn't work when it's in a class. Interesting. That sounds like maybe a membership, data ownership problem. In main, it's kind of globally treated. When we tried to break it out, there's memory that's not being properly managed. Child 4 has 3 direct children. Child 3 would have 3 direct children. Child 2 would have 2 in child. So I think it's just triangular, right? The issue is I used my debugger and everything is defined. Yep, everything's 0 initialized in the debugger usually. Maybe you're not initializing memory correctly outside of the debugger. Child 3 has time to spawn 1, 2, 3 children. Fish. If I have 2 fish. This last one did not have time to spawn one, but this one did. So that's 3. If I spawn 3 fish, this one had time to spawn 1. This had time to spawn 2. Which means this one had time to spawn 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The last child spawns itself. The second to last child adds 2. The third to last child adds 3. That adds 2. That adds 1. Plus itself. Plus equals spawn count. Oops. $27. Off by 1. Interesting. By literally 1. Start with ourselves. We had our spawn count. What if we go out to 80? That is not the right answer. Hmm. 3D model is all loaded in. Okay. Oh, it's 5:10. I've probably got to wrap it up for now. One last day of fun and games. Spawn day. Spawn count. Result plus equals the spawn count for each spawn. Add all the things it could spawn as well. Four, 16.5. King spawns one child, it only spawns one. If it spawns two children, it actually spawns three. If it spawns three children, it actually spawns six. If it spawns four, that has to be 10, right? Two plus the extra one, three spawns two, which spawns three more, which is actually 5 plus itself. I think this method is closer than anything we've looked at, but I'd have to think through the math some more. Oh, yeah, probably ought to end it for today. If I draw a picture here, I'll figure it out. But anyway, you have a wonderful evening, a wonderful weekend. I will talk to you all later. And yeah, that's Nim for you. Me not being a good puzzler, not probably taking the time to draw a picture, probably killed me. Yeah, you have a good one. We'll talk to you next week. Bye bye.